Yo, new music? Yeah, that's the music for the game that we're making. Bang, 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 bang. How are you doing? I Okay, so wait, why am I lagging? Hello? No, the stream is not lagging, right? Oh, I'm okay. Can it help with the game? Not really. Unless there's something you want to do. I mean, the game is simple. We yesterday spent time not even on the game, but instead I did patches for some of the libraries that we use. Let me see. Rust audio, Rodeo. I patched this yesterday. My pull request is not merged yet. Anyway, you can now in the engine you can now do stuff with audio, like more stuff. For example, you can start playing the audio from a specific time position, or you can figure out what the length of the sound clip is. Right. Yeah, that's what I did yesterday. It required some patching. I didn't test if this works from the web though. Does this work on the web? Should. I didn't test it. Just going to wait a little bit for stuff to compile here. My current state of the game is this. We have a settings menu where you can choose your skin. You can change the volume. There's music also, but this change is not over here yet. But yeah, so every 10 seconds something happens. If no one is alive, then the new game is going to start. You need to go to the cat, and then you get score. And yeah, whoever did not make it in time gets eliminated, and the time is getting lower and lower. But I think I'm gonna change the way this works. So instead of just eliminating players who did not make it in time, it's going to be score-based elimination. And well, I mean, if there is a lot of people playing at the same time, then we're not going to eliminate only one of them. We're going to eliminate a bunch. And at some point, like if it's a 1v1, we only eliminate one of them and we declare a specific person a winner. If it is, I don't know. I don't know what exactly is a good like strategy for this. I'm thinking about like always eliminating half of the players and that's it. That's going to be very simple, right? So then if it's 2, I eliminate 1. If it's 3, I also eliminate just 1. If it's 4, I eliminate 2, right? And then if it's 8, we eliminate 4. If there's 6, we eliminate 3. So simple like that. Is that good enough? And then also, like, if there are 6 players and like less than 3 actually made it, like we still want the timer here, but maybe not so harsh of a timer. Maybe instead of 10 seconds, do a 30 seconds. So if nobody makes it in 30 seconds, then everybody loses. Sounds like a good plan, I think. Better than it currently is. But at the same time, it makes it so that how do you play this game alone then? It only makes sense to play this game with other people, right? So that's the downside. Right now, it doesn't really matter if I play alone or with other people. How do I make it so that it still makes sense to play like alone? Does it need this? Do I make the game that only makes sense to play with other people? Because if you're alone, then you are the winner, right? Or we can try doing bots. You want to do something? How about you write a bot for the game? Do 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 do. That if you're alone, you're going to play with other bots. Sure if that's actually needed though. I have been eliminated. No, I don't really want to do bots. Oh well. Do I do bots though? Or if I want to do bots either. Or do we just assume that everything is going to work and people are going to be playing with other people? Nah. It's much safer if we actually did bots. So, I mean, I'm only... I'm right now waiting for graphics. Rinks is busy, though, so we're probably going to get some graphics only, like, tomorrow. High score? I mean... But then it's like a different game mode. The whole idea is that we're doing it like in Fall Guys. We eliminate a bunch of players, then we eliminate a bunch of players again, and then at some point it's only one, and we declare this person a winner, and that's it. If you go just for the high score, then when does the game end? What if you are playing alone and then other people are joining the lobby? I want to make multiple rooms. I don't want to make room-based stuff. I don't like room-based stuff. I like a global server for everyone. Yeah, I think bots make more sense. How hard is it to actually make bots? It's actually hard. Do I make the bots run on the server? Or I can make the players run the bots on their own, like yeah, their client controls the bots too, so that there's less stress on the server. Do that too. It compiled yet? No. Takes so long. Wasm opt. Alright. Jam. Ludwig Jam. What are you doing? Are you working on your game? We have 5 days left, basically. Anything happening? Can I make oh wait, can I make a multiplayer game and have the judges all play it at once? Yes, although it'll have to be online multiplayer for all the judges to play it at once. Somebody else is doing a multiplayer game, huh? Huh? Who is this person? Member registered. More multiplayer games. I guess they don't have any games on itch. It can Brit. What's Scoot's favorite food? Just wondering. Hmm. Oh, it actually did compile. Nice. This was just a completion of the Kirk gang, though. Now we need to compile the actual project. Going to be compiling from scratch here. I don't remember if I actually did compile anything for the web. Yes, not. Okay. Doing your ML assignment. What do you do for your ML classes? Do you create bots there that can play games? Anyway, I think doing bots is a good idea. Um, so, well, our level is pretty simple, right? We just have some geometry. We can aid the AI by providing the navigation mesh, just like we did in the Flash Dark. That's going to be not very easy. We classified Pokemons as legendary. Did you classify anything else as legendary? Or is Pokemon's the only legendary thing that was there? Only Pokemons get to be legendary, I guess so. Alright, we have the level, right? What I can do is just like in the Flash Dark, we're going to provide some points that are the key points, the waypoints, right? And then we connect them together in case like the line doesn't collide. Like if you go from here to here, if it doesn't collide with anything else, and then and then so we find the closest point that we're in. We find the closest point to the actual, and we do the algorithm, the pathfinding, and we just go to the next one directly. We can do that, but then aren't the bots going to be all doing the same stuff? I want the bots to be like different. I want their behavior to be slightly different. How do I do that? I'm not sure. Unknown descriptor 72? What? Okay, let me update everything. Now I'm just going to need to recompile counter web again, right? Yes. Hopefully not the wasm opt though. That's the thing that takes the longest time. How do I make the bots easy? Okay, one other thing that we can do for the bots is that we can just literally record some of the players going from one position to another position and then do that replay so that the AI is not actually there, it's actually like a person playing with you, you know? That good? It might be good, right? We just record a bunch of like going in places because we are only going to spawn the cat in specific positions. We're going to only spawn the players in specific positions. So yeah, that's all we need to do, right? All we need to do is to like do record a bunch of replays going from one position to another position, and then we replay them. Yep, used to be a pretty easy thing to do. Right? I don't even need to do this on the server side. They're going to be literally fake on your screen. What if I just do them fake on your screen? All the server needs to know about is whether the bots are there or not, but this is just going to be decided by the number of people. Is this a good idea? Is this a good idea? This might be a good idea. Might be the best idea. That it does not require me writing an actual AI. Okay, and then how this would work actually. I think it just the server needs to tell you how many bots are there, and that's it. Because the server is going to know what the score of the bots are even without actually drawing them, like without doing any logic to them. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's the idea. We are making a fake multiplayer game. Ding, ding, ding. Going to take a while. Still, should have done it before stream compilation. Okay. So yeah, I think we're just going to have the file called bots.json, right? And then over here, I'm just going to say that if you are going from this position, right? I think you can allow a bit more threads for compilation, like 4 should be fine. I don't know, maybe. Let me take a look at my task manager. And at this screen specifically, show graph to logical processors. I mean, right now, wait, I am actually utilizing 100%. What? I don't think I should do more. What is actually happening? Hold on. Who is using 100%? OBS is using 60. That's, I mean, all right. This is using 16. And service host capability access uses also 10. What is this? Windows Explorer uses 3%. How does Windows Explorer use this much CPU? OBS having yummy CPU. It's because of the camera. If I remove the background of my camera, like this, and it's going to drop. But I like my background being removed, and I don't like the green screen. Green screen is needs a lot of work to work correctly. I should just buy a better CPU, but I'm too lazy to do that. Maybe in a year I upgrade my PC. Maybe I will finally stop crashing at random points in time, you know. Do 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 do. Okay, I'll just wait. I'll just wait. But yeah, as I was saying, our bot is going to be something like if you go from this position, like from position 0, then if from 0 you go to position 1, then you're going to we are going to say in front that the score that you're going to get is this, or I don't know, let's say path that you took is going to be like a list of things like that, like time time this, and then state is going to be this, like position, rotation. I mean, basically everything that we have in the player, right? That's all we need to do. So yeah, new file bots rs. Bots. Bots data. Right? Bots data is going to be having hash map from an index into hash map, another index into what I mean what move and data, what move data. It's good enough. And we have struct what move data. This is the data for all the points, and this is for, I mean, this is for like already 2 points selected. This is where we select the point, right? Yeah, okay. Simple bots data async load path self. We do file load JSON path. Wait. Fail to load bots data. All right. What I need. Okay. A specific bot data between 2 points is going to be uh data, just a list of time and data, right? Logged timestamp data is going to be timestamp this, and then we do actually data is going to be a player. It's going to like have everything we have there, including the skin. We're not going to use the skin though. All right, and then we do for bot move data. I want to be able to find at the time of this, it's going to return a player so that we can draw this player on the screen as a bot, right? That's it. Yes. So we just do data self data binary search by key. So since this is sorted by key, we can binary search. Why do they call this B and F? Can they not provide me with a better number? By key. Yeah, okay, so first we look for the key. So the key is going to be time. Function is going to be date timestamp. Right? That index is going to be a match on the binary search. That is if the value is found, then okay. In the index, if there are multiple matches, then anyone can be returned. If the value is not found, then error is returned containing the index where matching element could be inserted. Okay. Okay, the index, then it's index. If it's error index, then I think I'm going to return index -1. The first timestamp data is going to be 0 always, hopefully. Index, let's just do this max 1 minus 1. Right. So now that we have the index, this is like the previous point in time, and then we can go a little forward by doing the interpolation. Yes, right. Interpolated it over here. The interpolated player, remote player. Well, actually, we can just say that they are remote players, and yep. It. So that I don't even need to do interpolation here, right? What's up, Ray March? Hello, hello. Put an icon in the Discord.
Squiggly rings.
Squiggly rings. We are participating in the game jam here. Ray March.
Squiggly rings.
The Ludwig game jam. If you know what that is. Wait, where is it? Here? Oh, the crab. Ludwig Jam, yes. So this has been in Ludwig Jam. We are trying to create a very, very simple, small multiplayer game. Where let me just show you, because why not? Ludwig Jam. This is the current state of the game. So we don't have much graphics yet, but you go. Oh, somebody's on the server right now. Anyway, so you need to go to the destination. And then when the time runs up, some people who didn't make it in time, they get eliminated, and eventually everybody gets eliminated. But I'm thinking I'm going to change this a little bit. But that's what it is right now. What it is right now. So I was thinking that the white lines will be gone. Yeah, it's just the collision. So because we don't have the graphics yet, I show them, but it's going to be just this. So this is the wall, right? This green thing. So this white line is not needed here, but it's needed here. Right? It's just collision visualization. Yes. So yeah, I'm thinking about changing the system for multiple people when they play at the same time, instead of just like making the time go down. So it starts right now at 10 seconds. If you don't make it 10 seconds, you get eliminated, right? And then if multiple people play at the same time, then eventually like this timer goes down, 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 down. Eventually the game literally becomes impossible and everybody gets eliminated, right? But it also makes it so multiple people can be eliminated at the same time, like, and nobody's left. So who do we declare the winner actually, right? Right now there is technically a score that we can do to determine who is actually the winner, but I want to do instead like more like Fall Guys stuff. So I want the game to be actually like simple and not impossible because the time is not that much. Like, I don't want you to be eliminated here just because you didn't make it in time. I want you to be eliminated because you did worse than other players. So if there's like 10 players at the same playing at the same time, then I'm going to eliminate 5 of them. So I'm thinking that this is going to be a little better approach. So we always eliminate half of the players, and eventually there's like only one person who is left. We declare a person the winner, and then the new game starts. I think it makes more sense. So, but then because of this new idea that I want to do, what do I do with the actual when you actually trying to play this alone? Because yeah, that's like the challenge. Like, how do you make this game playable when you don't have friends and you want to try and play with other people, but there's no other people playing, right? So I think I'm going to implement some simple bots here, and actually making actual bots, instead of making actual bots, my current idea is that we're going to have recordings of me, or I don't know, probably just me, going from one place to another place, and instead of actually like calculating the bots and doing the AI, I'm going to show the replay, and you are going to be competing against that. Trackmania style. Well, yes, it is Trackmania style actually. Do they do eliminations in Trackmania though? Trackmania is like a long um, track though, right? But we want this game to be like very, very, very small, you know? This game is going to be played, hopefully, on stream for like 10 minutes, and I want to have like multiple these little tournaments in those 10 minutes, right? So if we do elimination of half of the players every 10 seconds, right? Let's say that we start. How much is it going to take us? So let's see. If we do 100, okay, 128, right? We eliminate half of the players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 7. If we eliminate half of the players 7 times, then it's going to take 70 seconds. So like almost a minute. And then we can start a new game. They have all kind of modes. I played Trackmania a little bit, but I don't remember that. Okay, anyway, what do you think of this crab? I think you might like this crab. This crab is bog. Is this icon too big? Um, the dimensions of the textures don't really matter, Rings. I'm going to scale it anyway, right? It depends how big do we want the player to be on the screen. Right now it's pretty small. Is it going to be like one of the players? One of the players is the crab, right? Don't download that one? Alright, I'm not downloading anything. Uh, Wait, what is happening here? Why are so this is just one of the skins of the players, right? Uh, how big is it in game though? I don't think any character will take that much space in game, but still. Text is bigger. I can download this to like show you how it's going to be looking like in game. Although I can always change the camera, how zoomed it in and stuff, right? Um, although like, do you think that current zoom level is good enough in terms of the player size? I think the current zoom level might be good enough. If you zoom in more, then you're not going to see much like where you're trying to go, and it's going to be harder to play, right? Although I actually made the player smaller because of this temporary level that we have here. The player could not fit into this hole over here, so I made the player twice as small actually. Like making it 256, and you can resize from there. Hey, I'll just finish Lang Jam. What is Lang Jam? Hello, Serial. It's a jam where you create a programming language. All right. Did you make your own programming language in Rust? In Haskell? Hmm. Everybody is doing their own language today. Nowadays, there's like Icy is doing his own language, and then like Moscow doing his own language. Have you made your own programming language, Nerdsoul? I did something like that back in the days. Made the final Rust icon. That's not the Rust icon. It's the Ferris icon. No, Rinks is just the artist who is doing some art for me here for this game. We're trying to spread the word about Rust, more widely. So we make Rinks draw crabs. Have you seen this? The Flash Dark, man, HIO Flash Dark. Uh, we're in the same team as we did for this game. This is, I think, one of the only 3D games that I actually made. It's a little 3D horror stuff. There is some rust and crabs hidden in places. And don't know if anyone actually noticed that. I hope you're aware that your 3D Paris in the public domain. Yeah, I know, I know. I don't know what to use it for though. Because when you do stuff for a game, you want everything to be like in the same style. If I use your Ferris, then I need to create all the other things that are going to be looking as good as as the Ferris, right? But if you did the Ferris yourself, does that mean that you are good at 3D modeling and stuff? Maybe we should like cooperate at some point and create a game jam where you do the 3D models and like and I guess you can help with programming too. You do 3D modeling stuff a lot. Uh, where is it? Ferris 3D, this one. Yeah. This is the Ferris that Ray Marsh is talking about. You guys were wondering. Yeah. I'm not really working with 3D much though. So yeah, when we did that 3D game, like I implemented some stuff from scratch, like the shadows and stuff. It's a little rough when we do 3D, but okay. Re-download now. Okay, I should stop playing the game. Hold on. What am I doing? What am I doing? I was trying to figure out if the web build works. Why are we waiting for the lock? Because Trust Analyzer is doing something again. Commercial use, no fees. All right. So you want me to download this one, right? Save image to Ludwig Jam assets player. I can Rust. It's not Rust. It's Ferris. Rings. Uh, yeah, I'll be doing Kuts next. All right. Um. Okay. Ferris. There was some hidden discussion when I made it about whether Ferris spikes are at the top or on the back. Who did Ferris first? Who created the first version of Ferris? Who created this thing? So I guess she did like the cover for the book, and that's why we have the Ferris, right? What is happening? Cargo check. How long are you going to be checking for? Right? Cool, cool, cool. Anyway, so I think today I'm going to change the gameplay a little, like to change the elimination system. And in order to do that, I want to do some bots. And bots are just going to be replays. So this is the bot data. And it's just going to be like very, very fake. I already have like the interpolation. In fact, you can use this as color for Ferris. I don't remember where I got my color from. I guess I just chose a random orange color. Does it actually? Wait, is 2 spelled like R? It's weird, but it's cool. Good to know. I want just to stop the Rust analyzer. Alright, this needs to be deserializable. I guess serializable too. Bot move data. Mm-hmm. Okay, so first of all, I will have to do it on the client. So data data code. I think my Rust analyzer like stuck doing something. For what exactly? If I stop it, do a cargo check manually. I mean, works, so what's wrong? I don't know. What's data? All right. So what we need to do is whenever we respawn, this means that the new game is started. This is when we, or not even when we respawn, I guess. It's just it's when the cat move, right? Move time, yes. Location. What is happening with my Rust analyzer? I don't understand. Output. Rust analyzer. Oh wait. Okay. My Rust analyzer is actually crashing. That's what's happening. What do I do to stop it from crashing then? I guess sometimes just add offset. Well, it is loading something. I don't know. Does that mean that it actually crashed or doing something? I have no idea. Oh, it is building proc macros. It says so. Previously it was saying that it was checking something. It's changing, maybe it's doing some work. Uh what I need to do? I need to draw the bots, right? We can just handle them as being the remote players, so we can, yeah, do that. Uh, all right. So what we need to do, is to we need to save previous cat location so that we know where we're going from and where we're going to, because those two things is what we are going to be recording. And then from there, get move time minus equal bot update bots time times 0. This cat location none. Doo, 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 doo. When the cat is moving, we say that our previous cat location is going to be our current cat location. And we also say that bots time is going to be equal to 0, right? Right. And we are updating over here. We say that bots time plus equal delta time. We also need like the number of bots that we're actually going to show. For now, I'm just going to show all of them, I think, as fake players. So I just need from this data to be able to get the bot. By the way, it's multiple. We can have multiple recordings for each pair of positions. Yes. We do a little binary search here to figure out the index, and then we do the interpolation in between, right? So we return. Okay, let P1 is going to be self data index. P2 is going to be self data index. Data -1 in case. And then we do interpolation in between. So we do return player, position, everything. Skin is not going to matter. Position is going to be interpolated. I'm just going to do linear here. So P1 and plus T is equal time minus time minus P1 time divided by 2 times one position times 1 minus t plus b2 t, just like that. Same for velocity and for rotation. I think that's going to be good enough for us. All right. So the only thing that I need to do is to draw the other players, right? All the bots. All right. All right, Brainoid. All right, what? You want me to look at this one? When I scale down the crab to match the size of the map and then match some placeholder furniture to the crab size, I get something like this. Crab is taking 100 pixels in 1080p, making it 256 by 256 should work. Furniture follow similar approach. That was some math. That was hard for me to understand. But I guess you were talking to rings. I don't need to think about it. Oh, you should think about it. Make me the CEO again. I mean, hello, I see. I think this should work. We're going to see it in game. I did not put it in the game yet, right? We can always just scale stuff. No? I'm not doing any map mapping, right? Do I need to? I mean, I think there is some map mapping done by default. Yes, it only works for the power of 2 textures. I am doing map mapping, yes. How's the game coming along? I'm implementing bots today and changing the elimination system a little bit. But the game is pretty much the same as it was yesterday. Images look fine, then you scale them down. I mean, they should be. Hopefully, I don't know. Do you think it's going to matter much? I usually don't really think about that. Do you have like specific dimensions that you give to Spacey when you get art? Do the art? I just say this. There is this screen, right? And then there is this little rectangle on the screen where you want the character to be, right? So you just take this and then you draw on top of over here your character. But you can scale it up or down, it doesn't matter. You don't think about it because Unreal and Unity has automatic mapping scales out images to 12 different versions. Depending on the size of the screen, it uses a different version. The number of versions that there are on the texture is dependent on the size of the texture. It does it for every power of 2, I think, is how it works in OpenGL by default. But maybe Unreal and Unity does not just the power of 2s, they like just literally make different versions by doing some better algorithm. So it would have been better if I had just drawn it bigger. If you scale it up, it might be a loss of... Yes, scaling down is better than scaling up. Sure. 56 is big enough, I think. Yes, I think so. I don't think we need anything bigger. But it doesn't really matter. We're not going to have many textures, right? The biggest texture that we're going to have is the texture of the actual like level, right? Let's scale it down beyond 50% with bilinear filtering. Because beyond that, you're killing anti-aliasing present in the texture. Let me show you what I'm doing by default. What I'm doing by default. See, if the texture is the power of 2, then I'm setting the minification. Oh wait, is it just linear? Yeah, I guess I'm just doing linear. Wait, I thought I was doing the mip mapping. The mip maps are there. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I need to change something here. Yeah, I think there's this linear mip map linear in OpenGL, whatever that means, is what I'm using. Okay, so this thing compiled, right? What happened? What is happening right now? I think I'm doing the wasm bind gen. Oh yeah, okay. Let's connect. Okay, it actually did compile for the web. Cargo run. Just doing. Okay. It's compiled. It's fine. I'm just going to push it and test it on the actual production. Linear mip linear means that if it goes beyond 50%, you choose another mip layer and do bilinear sampling from there, avoiding the problem. So it means that we don't have any problems. Exactly. Okay. See, Brainoid, you don't need to think about it. We don't have any problems. Everything is going to be fine. The ring should prepare all assets in power of 2. Yeah, that's the only thing. But isn't that what usually all like done anyway, right? Yes, power of 2 is the only thing. Because I cannot do mip maps for non-power of 2 textures in WebGL. It's not supported. WebGL 1, maybe it's supported in WebGL 2. I don't know. Linear mip map linear is equal to 3 linear. And the crab 600 by 600. Okay, but I mean, okay, yeah, I guess we can always just rescale it in Photoshop or in Paint without losing the quality, right? To fix that. Not all the time. Okay. Okay, it's going to compile right now, and we're going to see the crab on the screen. All right. And then you guys tell me if we need to do something with it or is it perfect. Okay, I crashed. Sorry. Sorry, I crashed. Okay. Settings. Crap. Alright, see? Does this look good? This is how it looks in game. By the way, what do you think, Rings, we should do about this arrow? This green thing, this green circle and arrow? I can draw it under my character, I guess, at the very least. I think it could be bigger in game. You think the player should be bigger, or the camera should be zoomed in more? Hello, how are you? We are all good. Draw player. Both will add some sort of difficulty, I guess. Yeah, I guess. But we can also like we can reduce the speed of the game a little bit, I guess. We can keep the collider small but increase the size of the sprite. Almost done with Kus if you want to wait. I mean, you send it and we put it into the game immediately and we see what it looks like. Okay, so basically I already did reduce the size of the player before. It was 1.0 before, now it's 0.5. The only reason I did that is because the player was not fitting into the hole of this. Alright, this is now bigger, and Kuts is also bigger because Kuts is using the size of the player. This green circle I'm drawing behind the player. Is this better or no? I feel like this might be a little better. But yeah, rings. For the player, because we need to know where you are actually looking at, right? I'm doing this texture. No, not this texture. This texture. This is what I'm using. Circle must go down a bit where the player is standing. Yeah, we can change a little bit the thing. I want this circle that actually is drawn though to be actually like the collider though, right? So yeah, rings, if you can do something that looks better here. I don't know if it should be green. I don't know if it should actually have the circle. Maybe only the arrow is better. I don't know really. But I want the player to be able to understand where they're actually being rotated at, because by just drawing the crab without rotating the texture, it's not obvious, obviously. Make it right after goods. Nice. Davey, you are late. How could you be so late? Did you oversleep? Hello? Adam! Hello, Adam. Good luck with the jam. Thank you, thank you. How is your game going? Hello, guys. We're doing the same jam as Adam is doing the Ludwig Jam, and we're making a little simple multiplayer game. It's pretty raw right now. We don't have graphics. We have just received our first crab. You're going to be racing against other players. Try to be the most favorite person to play with for Kutz. So yes, Kutz is going to decide who is the best player. among everyone. So yeah, I'm playing right now alone, obviously, but I'm going to have multiplayer, and I'm right now working on bots. You're going to be fake
Hi.
bots. Hello, Arya. This is in the Discord. All right, let's see. Right, it's good. Save. Big assets. Save. Yep. Run. Okay. Okay. This is what it looks like in game. So yeah, see, I can no longer go into this room because I'm too fat. You know? I'm too fat for this image. So I should either scale it more or do something else. Maybe we can use a meowing frame for Coots as well, but not urgent. What is a meowing frame? Mouth open? Yeah, maybe. I think the most important part right now is the level, though. We kind of have the player and Coots. I think the level, at least a rough understanding of the level, is good to have, so that we can like balance the sizes around the and do the colliders and stuff like that, right? I'm going to continue working on the bots. You drew the arrow pointing to the right. Yes, this is just an arrow. So there's like two arrows, right? One of the arrows is what's showing where the Kuts is. So if Kuts is right now outside of the screen, then I'm going to draw an arrow on the edge of the screen, pointing to where Kuts is. So yes, this texture and the player direction, I showed you this, right, which is drawn underneath the player to help player understand where you're looking. There's also all sorts of the UI stuffs, but it doesn't really matter for now. I think we should get the level first. So I mean, just something just so that we understand the scale of the character relative to the level, I guess, right? Okay. Bots. Bots is good. We can follow the same as approach as we did in Flash Dark. Quick sketch. Yes, quick sketch. Something like this, right? Like bad furniture and level, yes. Like we have this this sketch already, but it's a little too small. I think we want the sketch of the actual like having the layout of the level. But we have a little sketch. I just want a bigger sketch, I guess. Well, I watched Ivan yesterday and realized he's also making a gelato drift game. Yeah, I watched a little bit. You point your laser and the cat is drifting around. Right? Yeah. It seems that I was watching Evan too, and it was having trouble with the Z indexing, I think, right? So, for example, what we do here, right, is we draw the player. It's okay, we're multiplayer. Yes. We draw the player over here behind this table, right? But that's literally just because this table is drawn on top of the player. We just don't make the texture go into the table. That's it. We don't really draw the player in front of the table at any point in time. But I wonder if we're actually going to have some issues like that. Hopefully not. It just depends on the collisions that I do here. So yeah, the collisions, they should not go from the bottom into the texture. That will be my approach too. How is the progress on your game? Do 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 do. Bad, bad, and bad. Uh, I mean, you have made a game in 2 days before, so there's still enough time, right? Still enough time. All right. So what I want to do is I want the player. I want to create a current replay. Current replay is going to be like the one I'm going to record what you are doing right now. So bot move data is what I want. Just call this move data. Bots move data. Right. Data. I'm gonna treat it like a Ludwig Jam. Like a Ludwig Jam. I know it's more work, but if it could be nice if we get good error like this. Okay, well, it's just two textures then. We can do that easily. Yes. Yes, okay, okay. That means okay. Right. It's not much more work. You just keep distracting me from doing my bot stuff. But that's okay. I mean, I can do my bot stuff whenever you are not here. So, if you are here, I think. You just finished the arrow. Okay. I don't see it in the Discord though. Move data. Okay, I'm just going to redo stuff. So update cat over here. I'm going to have self current replay. I'm going to reset this. I'm going to start recording. Right. New self player. No. So when I respawn over here, I do replay, push here. But it also needs the data, right? It needs the data. Time. Yeah. Okay, maybe I don't do it here actually. I instead do something like next replay push. My code is going to end up being so ugly, like always. But who cares, right? Okay. When I'm updating over here, I'm going to say next replay push minus equal. Play FPS is what I want. Having the config. Because I don't want the data to be too big. I think in 10 frames per second should be enough. Be more than enough. Over here, I'm just going to do this front replay, push, and pause time, clone. That's all I need to do, right? I think that's all I need to do. I'm doing control. I want to do that in the editor though. I think push. And then we need to stop the replay when we get to the cat, right? When we stop the replay. Well, I guess technically if we were not eliminated, right? And creating the new one here. We have the current replay, we replace it with new stuff. And have this replay, and we are going to push it to the bot's data. We're going to add if our previous cat location was something. So if previous next equal to previous cat location and current cat location, and we're going to push replay here. Also, I guess only if we're doing the editor. Push. We're going to do self zero entry previous or default entry next or default push. Okay, so now we have a new replay for when we were going from this position to that position. We can use that replay to draw the bots playing with you. Let's do that. When I'm saving also, Control S over here, I'm not only going to save the level, I'm also going to save the the bots. So to writer create a file bots JSON and we write to it our bots data. Right? I think that's all I need to do. No, that's not all. Now we also need to draw. We also need to draw. So when we're drawing players, we are drawing our player. We are drawing the remote players. And I also need to draw the bots. Second. The isometric angle you used in the current version is made up. Yes, it's just literally the texture that Rinks has drawn. The image has the isometry in it. The game itself does not know that there is any isometric angle. The game is literally just 2D. The player is a circle, which in case we were doing actual isometry, it would be an ellipse, right? The lines don't align with isometric grid. Which lines? On the texture or the lines that I draw like as the colliders? Because the texture was drawn. And the lines, I just draw them on top. The colliders, I just draw them on top of the texture. So that it makes sense. The texture makes sense. Whatever is drawn on the texture, I just do the colliders on top of that. Good. Delivery. But I did eat recently, so. Okay, that was what I was asking. I can show you. I can just draw anything I want as the collider. The colliders are just the segments, like in the farting game. So. What's data? Here we're just going to draw the player like this. Don't have to show me anything. All right. Don't wanna. No, I don't have anything special. But I can introduce some of the. I can introduce the angle in case it looks a little weird. For example, for drawing this texture, this circle underneath the player, right? I'm actually doing a little bit of squishiness over there. So, but I don't do that for the actual collider. So the actual collider of the player is a circle, not an ellipse. I can fix that if I wanted to. That's technically the angle of the isometric angle, right? The ratio. Right. We need the previous, the next, and the time. Closure may outlive. Move. Move. Yes, this works now. Next, previous, and self-bot's time. Okay, let me see if I'm going to actually see the recording of myself. If I'm going to go from one place to the other now. Uh, with the editor. Let me just remove those. Oh, that's a crab. See, the crab was going. But why did the crab go over here? I don't want the crab to go there. Why did the crab go there? Because that's not right. Not right. I didn't save it because it's a recording. Yes, but the recording should only be the say like the recording should only show up when we're doing from the same spot as the recording to the same destination as the recording. That's what I wanted to do. I'm not saving it correctly, I think. Update. So yeah, over here. Yeah, I guess we should save the replay before we update the positions like that. That's what I need to do. I'm going here. This kick W is huge compared to all the other skins. So I just play the game for a while, and at some point we're just going to have the... Okay, I've been eliminated. And at some point I'm just going to have the data for all the different pairs. But I mean, if I want to have multiple different routes, how many positions should there be for Coots then? Because if there's 10 positions where Coots can spawn, then in order for these recordings to work, I need to do at least 100 of replays, right? I mean, every single replay is going like less than 10 seconds, but sometimes we're just not going to have enough data. So guess with some help we could get enough replays. I have been eliminated. See, and now the cat goes from here to there because we have the recording of that. The crab just went there. We don't have this recording. Now we have. Okay, and if I do Control S, it's going to save this. But yes, now we have all of this replay data we can use. How big is this file? This is 100 kilobytes. Not so big, not so big, and we can use a different format so it doesn't take this much space. We can do instead of a JSON something more compact. All right. Please. Replays are kind of there. I'm just drawing all the replays that I have though. And we need to we need to do a fake thing where those replays are actually acting as players so that they actually get eliminated. You get ranking based on those. Did you send me any new pictures? Arrow. I made this as I wasn't looking, but I will. Okay, wait. Um. Um. Which one is the first one? What is this? This is for the player, and this is for the cat. We do this. Okay, well this is obviously too big. The arrow to the cat is drawn behind the furniture. I just noticed that. I need to do that on top. Okay, so there's this arrow on the edge of the screen. This one is weird. I think it's weird because it's not even a circle. And I also squish it a little bit. Yeah. I'm not sure. What should we do for this arrow underneath the player? What do you think? Do you even need a circle or just the arrow pointing where you're looking? Or like with a circle but without the inside. I don't think I like the inside being there. I don't know. I'm going to keep my current. Or we need to change something about that one. Also, when the cat is on the top left, the arrow is drawn like over there near the settings button. There is something about that too. Okay, I'm going to continue with the bots though. What do I do? What do I do with the bots? I don't always need to draw them. I only need to draw those are I mean, there should be a limit of the number of bots that I draw. And this limit is going to be determined by the server, I think. So the server needs to know about the bots, right? And the server needs to know about the bots, I think. Bots data load. I have this bots data, and we are eliminating people. Yes, I need to change the elimination process too. So what I want to do, like I said, is I want to eliminate half of the players every time. Do you think, Bruno, that the different kinds of music makes sense anymore? Do I just do the different kind of music depending on the number of people that are left? Because the game, I don't think, is going to be going faster. Instead, we just eliminate half of the players every time, and that's it. Um, I didn't remove the timers. Yeah, I mean the timers are going to be there. I want to change the system though, so that it's literally like 10 seconds, half of the players get eliminated. 10 seconds, half of the players get eliminated. And that way I make sure that there's always only one player left, and I don't eliminate all of the people that are playing at the same time because they didn't make it in time. So instead of changing the time at all, I'm just going to always eliminate half of the players, and that's it. That's why I'm implementing bots, so that, if you are alone, at least you play with the bots. Or so yeah, it's just not going to change ever, I think. I'm going to change this logic over here. Yes. So if there's so yes, I need to count the number of people who are alive. If this count is less than or is less than or equal 1, then it means that we need to start a new game. We just respawn everyone. Do this. Otherwise, we're going to just eliminate some players. Do 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 do. Placement. Want to eliminate it. But yeah, we never do eliminate everyone anymore. Change the random. Yes. So what we're doing here is that if you have gained some score, then your score is increased. Otherwise, you got eliminated because you didn't make. So yes, we eliminate those people who did not make it in time, but then we also are going to eliminate more people, so that at most half of the initial people are left. That's what I want to do. So the eliminated entity is never going to be empty, actually. Players left. Replacement eliminated. I guess the number of bots is also over here. Bots is equal to 0. Yes. Okay. We're going to go into actual play on this. Hey, hi, Mosel. Oh. Just By the way, just to test this, so that I actually have the replays of the bots. I'm going to delete all the spawn points. I delete all the spawn points. I thought it's Game Maker? No, it's not. It's a custom engine in Rust. That's why we're playing as a crab over here. Okay, I'm just going to have two locations of the cat. Right? And I'm just restart all the time. Because, yeah. Okay. Wait, where is the cat? Where did the cat go? Hello? Where did the cat respawn? What? Oh, the cat is not there. Cat location not found. Cat location not found. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because if I make the changes in the editor, oh shit, delete all of that. Again. Delete because I forgot to save. Delete. Okay, 1, 2, save. Run. I will have only 2 positions. Which means that we go to 1, then we go to the other one. Yeah, I also don't really want the time to always go to the very 0. In case everyone made it in time, we should just continue the game instead of waiting. Okay. The crab is there. Okay, this is just a test. Alright. What logic do I want? There's only 1 player. Then we need to respawn everyone, restart the game. Otherwise we need to eliminate some people. Yeah, this is going to be get position index. Yes, there's also the previous get position index. Know where and where to. We're going. So update placements. This is not only the IDs of the actual clients, right? We are going to also Do the bots, right? Yes, exactly. So bots, let me see. When we are restarting over here, we say bots is going to be equal client, no state clients length, state config. Well, the maximum number of bots is literally going to be determined by the amount of data we have in our in this, right? Maximum number of bots going to be equal to state maximum number of bots is state wrap bots max bots. Maximum number of bots is going to be number self row values have data values app data length max app or 0. I think this is what we need to do. It's going to be 0 right now. No, there is no way it's going to be 0. It should be at least 1. But it actually said that the maximum number of bots is 2, which is good. This is good. It's just depending on the number of replays that I have done. So yeah, the number of bots that are actually going to be playing is going to be config. No, just the max bots. Can we, do we just always spawn the bots even if we play with actual players? We do maybe not spawn bots always. All right, I can do that so that maybe they are not always there. All right. So over here, we're also going to do for index data in the no, state bot state bots get what is the time though here? How do I determine the score of a bot? So we know the time that it took to go to the end, right? Right. I mean, Right now I'm just going to do for index in 0 to bots, placements, push, negative I. So we're going to sort here, ID, and we say that short key eliminated. Yeah, okay, we do that. Whatever. Just do if ID is more than 0, and we do this. Otherwise, it's going to be different. Otherwise, it's going to be different. We need to find the actual bot. So bot results is going to be equal to bots get results for previous get was index next, then current get post index, right? Get results. Read previous next. This is going to return an iterator where the item is going to be the results, right? And the result is just the time that it took us to get to the catch, right? I don't know. Here's the result. Yeah, that's the result. Result. What is the result? The result has time. Result has position. I think that's it. It's just like the last time, right? So self data last map is the data, have the time for it. The position is data position. This is okay. The bot results is get results. We're going to take only those bots that we need, collect that into a vector. And over here, we're going to say ID is going to be negative ID -1 as size. And what's result time position is going to be equal What results the Alright, now we need to figure out what is the score and whether or not we were eliminated. So we are eliminated. If position minus cat position length is more than player radius times 2, which means that the bot was not on the cat at the end. So this is eliminated, right? And score is going to be equal. Score is going to be equal to cat move time minus time. So the time that was left, right? We do eliminated negative score. Oh wait, score is an integer, right? Multiplied by 1000 and convert this to an integer, I think is what we do. Okay, let's see. Am I going to respawn? Yes. If I go to boosts over here, what is going to happen in 10 seconds? I'm not going to be eliminated, right? No, but those are the two bots. Is my score. Wait, I'm respawned. Am I respawned? Because bots is 0. No. Bots is max bots. Max bots is equal to 2. No? We have the bots. I'm not even... Oh, players left is equal to the actual clients plus bots. Yeah, right now we are not even eliminating the bots ever. So let's see. And I mean, I'm not eliminating myself either, right? No, I'm just going to crash. Why am I going to crash? Oh, yeah. And to do the same thing here. If ID is more equal than 0, then it means that it's the actual bot. Otherwise, I'm going to eliminate one of the bots by reducing the number of bots by 1. So I need to maintain the number of bots. Okay. Why did I not spawn? Okay, now I am spawn. Okay, we have 3 people, 2 bots and 1 me. I think the bots are going to be eliminated here. I mean, wait, nobody's going to be eliminated, right? There's only 1 bot here, though. It's only 1. Now it's 3. Oh, because I'm drawing all of them. Yes. So nobody's just being eliminated, right? But we need to actually do the elimination now. Two, right? We need to do the eliminations. Needed. Okay, instead of doing this, did player ID none. This is actually eliminated. Okay. So weird. Um. This is all weird. Let me do this struct. ID eliminated score, right? Yes. So we just do this for placements. Yeah, I'm just going to sort this. Instead of doing update placements, I'm going to do placements is here. I don't even know what to call the structure. I'm so bad at programming today. Doing so bad stuff. Anyway. Placements push. I guess score is optional because yes, score is optional because if we are eliminated then it's none. All right. It's okay. Eliminated. Placements. Eliminated. Push. We are eliminated if we did not make it to the end, right? Eliminated, it's true. And then we do placements, push, ID, this, eliminated, it's this, score, is line score, right? And over here, we push ID being this, eliminated, If nobody was eliminated, then this, I don't want that. Box result. All right, we're going to sort those placements so that it's eliminated, negative, 4. Okay. Rank. Hit placement. Okay. So we go over here. We just eliminated the person. Technically, do this too, right? Okay, so if we were eliminated here, then we need to tell everybody else that you have been eliminated. I think Flash Dark Hearts is unnecessarily big. For this game, you mean? Maybe. Maybe it is. But if it's small... Okay. Because of these bots, I don't want Kuts locations to be like... to have like a lot of different Kuts positions. Like, I don't know, maximum 4 different positions. I'm thinking about something like that. If we have this, then it is indeed unnecessarily big then. But what do we do? I mean, technically, it would not be unnecessarily big, but just because I need like this data for the bots. 4 is very small. But then if I do more than 4, like how many recordings in it am I going to do? I can do instead then, okay, if I do more than 4, then instead of choosing the next location randomly, I can just choose the next one, you know? So that it's a race where we go from one checkpoint to the other checkpoint. Because otherwise I'm not going to have enough bot data. How long am I going to play the game to make a lot of recordings? How many bots do I want in the game? Like at least 10 recordings for every movement, I think is what I want, no? So if it's 4, it means that it is 4 times 4, right? So 16 multiplied by 10 is 160 runs. Every one of them is 10 seconds. Is like a lot already. Oh, 4 by 4 by 10 by 10 divided by 60. It's 26 minutes to do just 4, no? Unless my math is wrong. And that is if we do every single move in 10 seconds. Or I need like some other way to create this bot data. Or I need less bots. I just do 5 bots if you're alone. Because I don't really need to sweat trying to make these bots like doing very good job, right? It's just for the player if a player joins the server and nobody's playing at the same time, so that you have some fun, like as if other players were there, right? Maybe the server should, when receiving the stuff from the client, so that it's not me who is doing the recording of the bots, it's you who is recording the bots, you know? So the server is just like writing more and more data to this. We can do that instead. That way we could do more data faster. But we need the level data first though anyway, so that we get the recordings on the actual level. Because we're not going to be able to change the level. Send an alternative smaller house on Discord. Right. I guess this is good enough. Where's the streaming room? Well, there needs to be a streaming room. Right? Um, the one with the bed. Okay. So how many locations are you thinking on this map? Like one over here, one in this room, one in that room, one in this room, one in this room. That's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? This probably goes here instead. As this middle room needs to be a room. I put the bed in the storage room. Yes. Think if you can use chat, you can have many spawn points. Это Sims. Ну, почти, почти. We're eliminated. Okay. Update can. Okay, I want the number of bots to be sent here. Нужно больше мебели. Ну да. Why did I not spawn here? Ну я стримлю на английском, и единственный человек, кто здесь разговаривает на русском. So it restarted because I was alone, which makes sense. Over here, though, the bots are no longer present, which means that they were eliminated. But why? Why were they eliminated? Когда ты переводишь с русского то, что думаешь, или сразу на английском думаешь? Я думаю сразу на английском. What do I need to do? The bots got eliminated, yes. Why? I think it's because if we look at this file, if I format this file, then wait, this is all wrong. I need to remove that. That is old data. I only need 0, 1, and I only need 1, 0. That's all I need, right? Because when they have 2 points, the other data was old. So let's see, when we're going from 1 to 0, we can take a look at the time at the very end. The time is like almost 10 seconds, which is um but we're not moving here, yes. So there is a little bit of extra data because even though when I got to the cat, I need to stop recording, I think. That is not why they got eliminated though, is it? Because I'm not even, yes. Hold on. Why am I eliminating here? I'm iterating. Oh, yes. I do this. I forgot. If we were eliminated, only then we reduce the number of bots. Did you see that we have a contender? Yes. I tried looking at this person's history though, and I did not see any other games that they have made. This is the profile page, right? Or do we do Kick and Brute itch.io? Yes. They didn't make any games, at least not on itch. So I don't know. We can try Googling. There's the GitHub. Right, let's do a little bit of investigation. Are they doing HTML5 fighting game? Game Jam JS. 13 years ago. Hmm. Hmm. They're experienced. Well, that's for sure. Their experience is hidden though from us. We cannot see. They are using Godot, it looks like, judging by this issue that was created on February 13th in the Godot repository. Yeah. Okay. I have no idea. There's also Davey, by the way. Davey is here in chat. Davey, are you making in a multiplayer game or no? Davey has made a multiplayer game for LD, so Davey is also a competition. I'm wondering if the server is actually going to be like crashed or I don't know, like DDoSed or something during the game jam if we make it to the stream. Something bad is going to happen, and the game is not going to be played properly. Seems like I'm writing very bad code on this jam too. So it's more likely to happen. Okay. Now I only eliminate bots if they were actually eliminated. Let me see. Why didn't it not like respawn immediately though? That is weird. Wait, I didn't respawn again. What? Is it just the bots that are going to play with each other now? Just the bots. I'm never going to play now because it's the bots who are playing the game now. Alright. I see the issue by the way. Over here, the number of bots is not the maximum, it's the minimum. That's why sometimes I see two, sometimes I see one. Which means that the maximum number of bots is not the maximum, but the minimum number of the data for every recording. There's only one bot that's happened. Okay, I spawned, but I don't see the bot. Is the number of bots 0 now? Did I do another bug? Well, I mean, I see a bot here. And then we go here, and I still see a bot. Okay, well, I'm playing versus the crabs. But nobody's getting eliminated. Because what I need to do is... just one little addition here. One little addition. One little addition. Eliminate from is placements length minus placements divided by 2. Rank is more than equal to eliminate from. Eliminated is true. We eliminate them. Right. We eliminate half of the players. Do, 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 do. Where's the crab? I don't see the crabs. If I don't see the crabs, it means that there's only one bot with 0 bots. Okay, now there's bots. So we were just respawned. Now the bot is going to go. Yes, bot got eliminated. And now we're going to respawn again. Because I'm the only one and I am the winner. Yeah, like it. All right. I don't even know. What do I need to do now? Do we want the recordings on the server? Do I want the recordings on the server? I guess. Server recordings. Ooh. Going to move this into the config. Server recordings. Boolean. Alright. Or we can record menu and send you data. You can bind all data. Well, it's going to be easier if you just play on the server, right? So that you don't need to do anything. But, yeah. How do I do that exactly, though? State cat position is this. State previous cat position is previous cat position that options. All right. So what I want to do is literally for every client, I think. How should I even do that? I just store this in memory and then like save the data. I guess we have the bot data there, right? Okay. I guess for every client we're going, yes. So like the same thing that I did in like in the actual client. I need to do it here. The client is going to have current replay saved here, right? Current replay. When I receive some data from you, when I receive some data from you, I'm going to say I'm going to say that if client this score none, because I want to stop recording while when you like got to the cat. I'm going to say that client current replay push. What is the time though? The time is time elapsed since the start, right? So state timer elapsed. Data is going to be player data. I need a timer in my state. Oh, this start. We already have this start. Yes, so this start. So it's the time elapsed since the start. Yes. Okay, and then whenever we are restarting, I'm going to say that for before all of that, state bots data push previous catbot in position index next cat position index and replay is going to be this, right? So core client in clients replay this. Is this red? Neural state is mutable. Um. mm, mm. So I push this replay. Sometimes this replay is going to be empty though, which is also I need to fix. If replay data is empty, we reset the replays and we save them. And then we can also like actually save the new thing. JSON to writer. Yes, and to the writer we write the bot's data. Okay, so I guess I just remove this logic from the actual client then. Yeah, we do this if config server recordings because I don't want the server to blow up. I will disable this at some point. Hopefully I will not forget. And state config server records. So I just write all the bot data back to disk after every race. All right. I guess also just in order for me to not wait, I don't want to be respawning. By the way, since we're doing this for previous and next, it means that the player, when respawning, should not respawn at the 0. It should respawn on the previous cat location, literally. Respawn position. So yeah, position is not the 0. It's literally current cat position. Right? Cargo run. Okay, let me do this. I'm going to remove all the data from this file, right? Going to run the game. Hopefully we don't crash. Hopefully we get some recordings. So I'm just going to respawn right now, right? Yes, I'm respawning because I'm the only player. This is going to change once we actually have the bot. Yes, I see the data is actually appearing in the file. So now, since we have done this, I'm pretty sure that I can just like reload the game and we're going to see the bots running around now. It's going to be a 1v1 now. I think. I didn't see the bot. Why did I not see the bot? I don't see the bot, but I did not respawn. Now I did. Now I see the bot. Number of bots was 1. Now I didn't even spawn. What? Why did I not spawn? Only the bots were oh, because the bots were playing the game. Because the bots are playing the game now, right? There's 2 bots that are playing the game right now. Why is no one... Yeah, it's literally just 2 bots and they keep going. Should they not be like eliminated? Maximum bots 3 actually, so it should be 3 bots that are playing, but we only see 2. Let me see. Eliminate from is. Let me do this. Well, I mean, we're going to eliminate the number of participants divided by 2, rounded down. So it's only going to be 0 when the number of participants is equal to 1. Actually, I'm writing to the file every time we respawn. But I can do this only in the the end of the game. So before respawning everyone, if just in case. Guess it doesn't really matter much though. Do this, debug the number of actual players and the number of bots that are in the game right now. What is wrong? So actual players is 0, number of bots is 3. I don't see any bots though. Now the bots is 2 because one of them was eliminated. We had 3. One was eliminated, so it's 2 bots left. And then we did not eliminate anyone. Why did we not eliminate anyone? Seems weird. First of all, let me do an assertion here that basement tank is equal to players left. Well, the assertion failed, which is the reason. Wait, we actually have 4 placements. Oh, wait. All right, I see. Because if the person was eliminated before, okay. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste this in. Okay, whatever. Bots 3. I don't see any bot. I think that is just because I don't have the previous cat location here. Yes, now I see 1 bot. Why did I only see 1 though? Well, I was the last one here, so technically I should be eliminated. And I have been eliminated indeed. I indeed have been eliminated. All right. So now we can do the recordings and everything on the server side. All right. Let me also all right. Let me remove everything from here again and see what's happening. Let me check our dialogue. I'm going the first or the second house. I mean, we can just add the thing to the game, like you said. Wait, what? There was score 9999. Did you see that? What was that? Was that correct? It didn't look like something correct. Oh, this is going to be just a new game. Alright, it doesn't matter, it's good. It is good. Mm -hmm. What's debug? I don't care. Server side bot data recordings and stuff. Okay. Let me download this save image. Image assets. I'm just going to set the map 4 to it. Right. Wait, does this look correct? Is this actually a square image? Yes, it is a square image, right? Okay. So if Rinx is just going to draw on top of this, then it's okay. It has a lot of empty spaces though on the sides. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? The empty space on the sides. Just so that if we draw on top of that, because I'm going to draw the level data on top of that, the collisions, right? Does this mean that the... Okay. I'm going to draw the collisions based on your picture too, right? If we're going to start recording data for the bots. I guess as a first test, it doesn't really matter. You can always restart. To send a pic without furniture? No, it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Does it? Does it matter? No, I don't think it matters. Because I'm going to draw the collisions based on the furniture. Because I'm going to collide with the furniture, right? But we should be able to go behind the furniture too. No, well, it doesn't matter for your picture, but once Rinx actually draws, Rinx are going to draw 2 layers. That's why I have 2 textures here, the floor and the furniture. If you want, you can like send those like separately for this test texture too. Self config map scale so that it is configurable. Map scale. Config map scale. So how big should this be? I should be going through the doors at the very least. That's what I know. And I don't think I can right now. Yes, this is all wrong. My furniture. I guess I'm going to open the furniture. Delete everything from here. Cat move time 1 second. 2 seconds. Map scale 50. Let me try 50. Okay. So I think we should do it even more, right? The character is too big. It's just like the size. Did you crop it though? If you cropped it, no, you didn't crop. Okay. Because if you crop, then I need to like restart. Should we crop it while we're at it so that we don't redo much of the level later? Does it matter? Or I mean, I guess I could do it automatically, changing of stuff later. It doesn't matter, right? We don't need power of 2 for this, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't think we need the power of 2 for anything, to be honest. But if you want the meep maps, then yes. So that the minifying of a texture looks better, right? That's the reason. So it also depends on the dimensions of that texture. Are we going to upscale it or downscale it a little bit? The quality could be lost a little bit. For example, I'm going to the settings menu over here. I'm actually drawing the texture onto, like, I'm doing this pixelated stuff in the background, which I'm like drawing on a smaller frame. Dropping it now. All right. I'll wait a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to remove the entirety of the level and get locations. Level is not there anymore. To the editor. When I'm in the editor, I kind of want to be moving around and not be in the player. That's what I need to do. I think I'm just going to not despawn myself. Respawn, position. I do just if we're not in the editor. Otherwise, I'm going to ignore this. How's this looking now? I think this looks good. You did remove the walls though, or do I not see the walls? I don't think I see the walls. I guess you can do the walls on any layer. Well, I mean, you're just going to send me the wrong house too. Oh, well, the furniture is still the same. Okay, so I don't respawn now. For self player. Like this is X. What am I doing? Whatever. You have been eliminated over here. We do if editor. So the player, I'm going to spawn the player if we are the editor. Player self no args args editor, then some player 0 0 0 0 Ludwig Jam, you never stop working. Depending, like, okay, define working ended, Bob. Working is when you earn money. I definitely do stop doing that. How is your are you still working on the updates? As you can see, I'm now distracting Brainoid from his projects again. In Brainoid collaborate with me and Drinks too. I did ask you guys if you wanted to though. This time, right? I didn't force anyone this time. This time for sure I didn't force anyone, right? Google Play sucks to work with, so I took a few days off, but now I'm back. Nice. Alright, is this good size of the player? Or should the... No, I don't think this is good, right? How big the player should be, like, relative to the wall, for example, to the door? Should it be like the size of the door? Isn't it going to be too hard to go into the door then? Or should I just zoom out the camera here? My biggest problem in this game is the doors. Because if I... yeah... doors. Even the maps are smaller a little bit in terms of zoom. Yes. I think so too. But how much smaller? Like this smaller? I think this... yeah, I think this size is okay. I think this size is okay. Or even more zoomed in. So right now, the size of the character in, like, relative to the door is this. So, yeah. Do I make the character smaller then, so that it's easier to go through the door? Or I can make the physics so that you are drifting like less, so that it's easier to control yourself too. Okay, let me start drawing the geometry of the level here then. So I do like this, this. Oh, I cannot even control my camera. I can only move my actual player. Lol. I said before, collider should always be smaller than the sprite. Player sprite. Well, it's going to do a very big issue though if I do that. So yes. The issue is that I need the collider. Okay. Let's take as an example this pot, this flower pot over here, right? What should be the collider of this flower pot? Should the collision box be like this, for example, right? Then if I go into it, you see that my character sprite does not intersect with it when we go from beneath. When we are on top of it, though, we are behind the pot. So this works nicely, right? But if I make the collider of the player smaller, it's literally the same as moving this collider a little higher, which means that I'm going to go through and be drawn beneath this flower pot now. Yes, but how do you fix that if it's not a single image? I need do I really want to like draw? So you want every single object to be a single layer, then, and specify the position of the object. Yeah, I know, but that's much harder though. Does it really matter this much? I think it's much easier to just do this collision box so that the sprite collision box is exactly the size of the sprite. Because I'm lazy, right? To me, it does matter, because especially it's fucking 2023. Yes, it's 2023. If I want to be lazy, then I can be lazy, you know? That's how 2023 works. If I want to not do something, I just don't do it, right? Can we move from one big layer to multiple layers later if I feel like I'm not being lazy anymore? Wait, this carpet is a furniture. Does it need to have a collider on it? Let's hide. One of the positions of course is going to be in the carpet. We're playing Sims now, as you can see. The music is fitting too, right? We're creating a house. 'How long did it take you to make this music? Hours? Shit, I did Control S and everything lagged. Those crabs going around. Why are they doing that? Not sure what is actually going to be drawn here. I guess if this is just a random stuff. This is like a table. What, like, I'm not sure what is the collision of this supposed to be like. I think I just do a square like that, right? Can I go into the chair? I don't think so, because I'm fat. Just do it like this. I don't think it matters much. We'll see. Okay. This wall. I'm trying to make it as a professional flash dark now. Yes, with drifting mechanics too, right? So it's not so easy to go into the door. This room is kind of empty. There's not much furniture here. I guess Rinks can add something. And, yeah, but the problem is that we will probably need to redo the recordings. Yeah. The proper recordings we're only going to do once everything else is ready, I guess. Till then, it's all temporary. Should I be able to go under the table? No, I should not. Right? Might need some visual vision of the fact too. I cannot go here. I'm too fat. I don't fit behind this chair. Jam. Okay, where should the cat be? On the... within the secondary house. Yes. The second one. That one is smaller. I have it in the game right now over here. Okay, I'm going to do a cat spawn over here. I'm going to do a cat spawn over here. I'm going to do a cat spawn. Oh, this is the streaming room. This is a PC. Cat spawn over here. And in this room, that room. Ah, shit. I need to do something here that I can fit. I guess you cannot fit, whatever. Just cannot fit. You're fat. You need to go to the right. Always. And in this one. Are you worrying about the visuals here? It's not the visuals that I'm worrying about. The collider. I mean, the collider needs to mesh the visual, right? Because we're going to try... Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I pressed Control S. Is my level saved? I need to remove this since we are doing the recordings on the server side now anyway. Need to remove this from here. Current replay, next replay push. Those things need to be gone. I think my bot has stopped working a while ago. Why did you guys not tell me? I think my bot stopped working because Twitch stopped sending messages to me. Right? Right. I didn't crash or anything. Need to fix that. But I never work on my bot. There you go. You can fart all day now, Igorly. Hello. Next replay push 0. How long have I been streaming for? Like 4 hours. I'm going to end soon, probably. Ordinal day sounds mildly unpleasant. Really? I thought you liked that. uh, yes, don't fart in real life, I mean. That might be unpleasant.
Squiggly rings.
Next replay. By the way,
Hi. Picorli. Hello.
I like this one. Nobody ever uses this, though. Say hello to Pigorli. So creepy. Gotta restart because my tab died again. Still not fixed that issue. Um. I don't know if it ever will. Okay, so I now run without the editor. I can do a little bit of replays. Kick W. Wait, 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 stop. What happened there? What happened there? 3 seconds. Yeah, I need to I need to it's not even 3 seconds, it's 2 seconds. By the way, what should the time be here to go from one spot to the other? It feels like on this map it should be more than 10 seconds. Should it be like 20 seconds? Maybe we do 20 seconds. New round time. I'm not even using that. Why do I even have that? Let me try 20 seconds. Every 20 seconds, yes. Now I need to wait in the beginning to spawn for 20 seconds. That's only true for me for now, though. And also I need to wait over here. Yes, I need to fix this one. Yes, I want to fix this one too. If I have, if everyone has already, is already at seconds could work too, I guess. Okay. I mean, if everyone is already at the cat, should I just start the new round immediately, or should I still wait? This might be not a very pleasant refactoring, because I literally just do a sleep for for 15 seconds and just see if it actually like something happens before. Everyone is at school and it's more than 3 seconds. It resets to 3 seconds and countdown. Yeah, a countdown would be good. Everyone is at Coots. And figure out what does that mean. Everyone is at Coots. Can't move time. Hi, can you just spoof it by adding a lapse time to start a new round? Also, board game. What does it mean, board game? Does it mean bad game? Or good game? The word board looks more like bad than good. Adding elapsed time to start new game. Adding elapsed time to start new round. I mean, instead of sleeping here for like 20 seconds, I could instead like sleep 1 second and see if we need to restart now, or if everyone is at the end, I guess. This would be the easiest change, maybe. Getting elapsed time. So yeah, literally like elapsed time, I guess is what you mean. Elapsed time 0. I'm going to change this to be integer then in the config too. So elapsed time is 0, and then we sleep here for like exactly 1 second, right? And I do elapsed time plus equal 1, like that. And I do this only if elapsed time is equal to the move time of the cat. This is where we actually like move the cat again, I guess. So now we have another condition. It's either that the time has elapsed or everyone is there, right? So what is this or? First of all the players are either eliminated or have finished. This code is so bad, but I guess it doesn't matter. So we want to see if all have been either eliminated or finished, right? Yes, but this is not enough. This score. This is not enough because there are also bots, and I guess I want to wait for the bots too. So what is the bots? Bots is this. This is our bots, and for the result, result state. Wait, is there actually bots in the state? Whatever. Result time is less than elapsed time. Right? Maybe this. Okay, let me see. This is going to work. It's wonderful. But maybe I have introduced like a couple new bugs there. I think I should like try at some point doing the code for the game jams like properly, thinking about code and not doing bad code anymore. I should stop doing that, right? But yeah, see, I get to the cat and then now I continue immediately. Now I don't need to wait anymore. Now, yes, this is good. This is good. Now we can provide the game with some data by moving around. Okay, I'm going, you know what? I'm going, let me see. Yeah, some data is there, but it's not enough data to actually spawn the bots yet. Wait, is it? This is wrong. By the way, I'm going to spawn a bot now, at least one. I'm going to crash, am I not? Yeah, I am going to spawn a bot here. And I crash. Yes. Because we don't have the bot data for every... Oh, yeah, I see. Shit. It's almost there. I guess sometimes we can spawn a bot. Take... this is inside the game. It does not matter. All the bots have finished. Yes. I feel like I might prefer 15 seconds, by the way. Does it matter though? Because you are going to be eliminated anyway. You're just racing against other players, right? Not against the timer. The timer is just there so that the game does not take infinite amount of time to finish. So like, after every 15 seconds, we're going to eliminate half of the players. But it could be earlier. So does it matter like that the time is 15 or 20 seconds? Doesn't matter, right? You're not convinced? I'm not sure about that either. I know you questioned your previous approach, but you're not convinced. Did I do the bots for nothing then? My bots are there because I changed the approach, my previous approach. You want the time to be like going faster and faster? Is that what you're saying? I can change the time if I wanted to. But I feel like we still need to like because with the previous approach the problem was that there was not a clear winner. And now we have a clear winner. So yeah, basically the problem over here is that I'm trying to figure out the results of bots, but there is not enough data to have this number of bots. So how do I do this? Get results. I guess I need to chain this with a repeating iteration of bots result, where the time is infinity and the position set my box to 0 while recording. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. If you're playing with the bots, you're still going to be recorded. If time is up and no winner yet, then first one gets to Kutz wins. Time is up and no winner yet, the first one gets to Kutz wins. But then what if all the players decide to not go for Kutz? Then nobody wins, and we're going to wait infinitely. And the player who is in the lobby waiting for the next game to start is going to be waiting forever, and is going to like leave the game. Not saying that like why would people do that though, right? That's also like a question. But because this game is going to be played with other people from chat, who dies? Oh, that's the timer. Well, that's what the timer is doing, no? Add more unwraps. Okay. There you go. Is that enough? Do we want more? I can do more. There you go. Like that? Yeah. All right. I took a look at this with this. What? This is what I wanted to do, right? Expected. Repeat with. All right. This shouldn't be a closure. All right. Now there's always going to be enough information. This wonderful code that we added here. What is the warning here? Hold on. Passing a unit value to a function. Allow. What was that again? Clip a unit argument. Allow clip unit argument. I will fix this warning so that we can have the unwraps like this, right? Wonderful code. I believe we should not be crashing anymore. Okay. Oh shit, I did crash. What happened? So many errors. Attempt to negate with overflow. What? Negative score? Wait, score? What? Wait, hold on. Negate with overflow. Is this because of this number? 10 to the 9th. Yes, this is it. Shit. So literally, I have a number, an integer number, and I cannot negate it because it's yes. Because this is basically negative the maximum amount you can go negative for a 32-bit integer is more than the positive, you know? They differ by 1. So when you negate, it's no longer fitting into the type. It's because of that. I do cat move time. Whatever, doesn't matter. Times 2. Wait, did I crash immediately? I crashed immediately. Failed to load bot's data? Failed to load bot's data? Oh shit. What happened? What happened? This looks like... No. Wait, no, it is. It is correct JSON. It was formatted properly. What is wrong then? I don't know. Something was wrong. Okay. I have been eliminated? Wait, what? Who eliminated me? Wait, what? Who eliminates me? Shit. This arrow is not enough to, like, know where to go. Maybe that's part of the fun, though, you know? The arrow on the edge of the screen is not enough. For this house, it should be like a mini-map. New game. Wait, if I have been eliminated, that means that the bots were doing better than me. I'm using the player arrow for the cat. Oh, it was the player arrow? Oh, okay. You drew 2 arrows, and I thought it was the other way around. Can I scale to the arrow to get the distance? Position. More. So this is eliminated. Right. I'm going to push this. Hopefully we get the update on the server, and hopefully we don't. Yeah. Hopefully it all works, basically, and we can start recording something and checking if things are working together. The cat was the one that looks like speech bubble. Yeah, I tried doing this speech bubble on the on the player instead, and it looked weird. So I guess this is player direction. This is arrow. This is not arrow. This is player direction. This one. Is arrow. Okay. Let's see. So that we can draw cuts inside of this bubble, right? Is that that's what you were trying to do, right? What about this arrow though? Should it be different? Here's the crab, for example. I guess it should be moved down a little bit, or the crab should be moved up. But then if I do the crab up, it's weird. The collisions are weird. Isometric is probably like even harder to do properly than proper 3D. I guess I also want to know how many people are still left in the game. For example, why is the game not restarting still? Why is the game still not restarting? I'm the only one who is left. I'm the only one who is left. Means that the game should restart. Oh wait, it said new game right now, so this did restart. Are we restarting every other? If you're switching again, let me know. Wait, so switching what? This is what you wanted, right? I guess I can draw cuts inside this bubble, make the bubble bigger, make this arrow smaller, move it a little bit, right? Oh, change the perspective. No, it's not. It's not the perspective. It's the fact that it's not just top down. You know, if we are going to have like the rotation of the isometric that is usually there doesn't really matter, I think, because even if we had like this, even if we had like this grid, we don't even have a grid, right? But if we had this, but still, like, if you have an object that goes like higher and you can be behind this object, then and like over here you're in front of this object and I need to sort you, and I don't want to sort. But if we use the arrow, offset it like I sent on Discord, I can offset it. No, I just need to offset it vertically a little bit in code, I think. It's not in the yeah. But no. I mean I know what you mean, but the problem is that the center of this texture is not at the legs. With the player hitbox added at the sprite feet. Well, that's what I'm talking about. If I put the player collider at the sprite feet and not at the actual sprite, then it's going to be when you are in front of an object that you can also go behind, then I need to like solve that. I need to sort the object. Sometimes the object is in front of you, sometimes it's behind you, and like, I need to do like this indexing and yes, I will need to do sorting. And judging by the other streamer who I've been watching a little bit doing this Ludwig Jam, they have wasted like 2 days on this sorting, I think, or something. No? Anybody else watched Evan struggle with this? Coordinate sort? Yes. In order to do the sort, I first, like right now, I draw immediately. You know, in order to do the sorting, I need to like save the stuff that I want to draw and then like sort and then draw. So it's work, you know. I'm lazy. I don't want to do that. But if we have to, maybe I will. But I'm struggling with writing good code, and if it's better if I don't write much more code. You know. I could also, by the way, in order to sort, like I said, it's probably sometimes easier to do a proper 3D. Custom engine problem. It's not custom engine problems. Come on. I'm like, it's depending on the engine. Depending on the engine, there's not only Unity and Unreal engines that exist, right? I don't know. Have you tried something simpler? Like I don't know, Love2D is an engine, right? You just not do isometric. No, let's do it. Let's do it. Never had this issue in Flash even. How did you do this in Flash? Did you actually set the layers for everything? Not implemented yet problems? Wait, oh, I see it's here. In Love2D, can you do the layered rendering? Or do you need to handle the ordering yourself? It's not hard to do, I'm just lazy. It's easy to order movie clips in ActionScript. I think you need to handle it, but I think you can enable depth testing. Yes, so that's what that's what I was talking about. Like, in order, instead of just doing the sorting manually, we can just utilize the depth buffer and pretend that our game is actually 3D and do the layer being the Z index. But then it doesn't really work with semi-transparency, right? Because it's either fully transparent pixel or not fully transparent pixel then. So if we do like sharp edges of the textures, like cut off, just like we did in FlashDark, right? Do you remember that? Also, we just removed the alpha transitioning and did a cutoff, and the pixel is either fully transparent or fully opaque, and then we don't need to sort everything. We can just draw using the depth test. So yeah, see, Love2D is also like the same as my engine then. Do you have the editor option to add individual furniture sprites? No, because I didn't think we were going to do that. Why are you trying to make me make a Yes, we need to go simple. Simpler solution would be to just would be to put the collision parts of the sprites on the base layer. It's gonna be another layer of laziness. Just one, yeah. Custom engine. It's not custom engine. I just told you. We just compared it to Love2D. You need to do this manually in Love2D too. So it's not the problem of the custom engine. Love2D is a framework. All right, all right. I'm not. It's not an engine. All right, it's a framework. Are we happy now? Can we be lazy now, please? Right. I guess I need to remove to rename my engine from Gang to GFRA because it's not an engine anymore. It's a framework. Yes, I can call it frog, you know, framework for games, frog. Like gang is because it's game engine. Be a good name, right? Okay, what do I do? We were waiting on the build to happen, right? Ludwig. The build happened. Okay, build has happened. So kuviman, GitHub.io, Ludwig Jam. Right. In other words, so failed to load bots data 404 not found. Wonderful. That wonderful. All right. Bots. Need to copy bots JSON. Why did I not just move everything into assets so that everything gets copied automatically? In other words, so move the drawn part of the sprite inside the collision bounce to the base layer. Yeah, that's literally it. So right now the texture of the crab is like this. This is the crab, right? Okay. This is the texture of the crab, and the collision of the crab is this. Like something like this. Like it's a circle with the same size as the texture. Can do it for furniture too. So for furniture, I'm doing the collisions myself. So I'm drawing that exactly like you said. That's why the collision box for this flower pot over here on the bottom, at the very least, it's like on the edge of the sprite itself, right? On the top, it does not need to be that because this is drawn like after the player is drawn, so like the player is always behind the texture here. Base of the platform can we move to the base layer? You're not wrong. Okay, let's see if Rinks is lazy though. So it's literally it's either me who needs to do work, or it's Rinks who needs to do work now, right? Well, I guess technically I can cut the textures myself. But what Death Raider here is saying is that we have two textures. We have two textures. One is the texture of the floor, and the other is the texture of an object. So like we have a box like this, for example, an object, right, on the screen. If my player is over here, then I'm going to draw the player on top of this object. If the player is here, we are behind it, right? So like if we just split this texture into two halves, and the top half is going to be on a layer that's drawn in front of the player, and the bottom part is like on the layer that's being drawn underneath, so it's like on the floor. You actually suggested this hours ago, but it got lost in chat. Well, I didn't see it. People actually do that in games? This seems like such a hack. I would do this properly, you know? Do you want me to draw walls up or leave it void holes? I like it drawn up a little bit, but not as much as we had it drawn before. Just a little bit, you know? So that it's... so that it's not... so that I think so that we can still see our character, you know? Because on your previous walls, the character was completely hidden behind the wall because it was so small. Okay, I need to go soon, by the way. So hopefully this now works. And looks like it works. Alright. Alright. Let's see if this works. There's the link. I'm going to be a unicorn. Wait, this is new game. I don't see anyone, which means that you guys haven't joined yet, right? If you follow that link, that we can like try see what it feels like to play together. Okay, I see quick W's. Hello, guys. You need to go to Kutz. Kutz is over here. Our spectators can scroll the map. Yeah, I need to do that, I guess. Scrolling the map or just following someone, maybe. Oh no. I think this... Wait, it says 0 seconds. We're still waiting for you? Really? Shit. It should have stopped though. Why did we not stop? Dave, you cheated the system. Guess this is a bug. You're just exploring the map. Yeah, it says 0 seconds, so you should technically be all eliminated. You are not playing this game as intended. You need to go to the cat, guys. I think I'm waiting for the current game to finish still. Yes, the game is like hang up because I have a bug somewhere apparently. Looking for loot chest. Hold on. If elapsed time is equal to cat move time or this. But now it's just, it looks like only this is true and this is never true. Elapsed time is equal to get move time. Oh wait, I know why. I know why. I'm stupid. Elapsed time is equal to 1. I never reset this. I need to reset the elapsed time to be 0 when we reset and start a new round, right? Elapsed time is 0. Okay, I found the bug. Fix the bug. Why Rust? Why not? Because it's the language I like using. Yeah, see, Rinks knows. And not Rust. I mean, I have gotten better at writing bad Rust code, as you can see here. This code is not very good, but the code works, you know. This is what matters. So Rust, because I write code, I don't even try to write good and correct code, but it for the most part ends up like working at like, if not first time, then like, I don't know. Usually it's the first time. Sometimes it's not the first time, like during these game jams, but that's because I'm like, it's almost like I'm on purpose trying to write bad code here, and it still works. So that is why Rust is better than C++. You know, if I was to write this in C++, I would just be debugging sec faults all day. I would not be able to do the game in 7 days. Because I'm a bad programmer. This Rust compiler is a tool that helps me as a bad programmer to not make mistakes. You know, C++ just says that if you make mistake, it's your fault. You know, and you are going to suffer. Why Rust? Why? You know why, Davey. The only problem we have is because I'm using the custom engine, so like sometimes we need to do stuff from scratch. But even that is not really a problem because I can do things from scratch. The only problem is that I'm lazy, you know. I can be lazy when writing code in Unity too, you know. Like doing this sorting on the Y. I could be lazy doing that in Unity too. I can see myself being lazy there. Okay, what do I what do we need to do? The to-do list. To-do list. Where do I write my to-do list? I write my to-do list. Spectator. Whatever. I mean, we will remember that. I just wanted to not forget the spectator camera, but I'm pretty sure that we will not forget that because we will test this again, right? So yeah, we want in the spectator mode so that you can either control the camera or like, I don't know, something. Maybe we zoom out so that you can see the entirety of the map. I don't know which one is better. Maybe we just place the camera on Kuts or something else. What else? Also, the other thing that I don't really have an understanding of right now is how many people are actually playing the game. We don't have that shown on screen. I show your position, so if you are number 1, you will know that you are number 1. If you ended up number 2, you will know that you ended up number 2. But how many more people are there behind you? How hard you need to try against other people, you know? How many people are going to be eliminated next round? This is what needs to be shown, I think. Right? We'll do things like that tomorrow, and maybe... Wait, Rings, didn't you say that you were busy today? Anyway, we have stuff. We just need mainly the at least the sketch of the level, right? So that because I would like the level like geometry. It will work, but whatever it is, okay. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll make it in time, right? Okay, let's try again. Oh, not there yet, right? We need to wait for the pages. Okay. Okay, let's try. So if I don't go to the cat now, so in 5 seconds, he's going to lose. I have been eliminated. All right, let's go. How many people is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I think 2 of them are bots. I'm pretty sure that the crabs are just bots. Yes, bots are playing better than you guys. That's how I know that they are bots. Because bots were recorded from my gameplay. Wait, you were all eliminated? You were all eliminated, guys. Oh, it happened again. I need to go around. Now I am going to be eliminated, right? Wait, I am number 2, I'm not number 1. So I'm going to be eliminated here, right? Yes, this is the last scrap. The bot actually did win. Yes, because eliminations work differently in our rings. It's not obvious yet in the game, but there was 5 people, okay? There was me, there was 2 bots, and there was okay, anyway, there was 5 people, and you did go to Kuts, but you were not the first one. You were like the last one or the second last one. So half of the people always get eliminated every round. That's what happens. Like you need to get into the top half to survive. Brainoids won it. I don't want to make it clear. Yes, that's what I said. It's not obvious right now how many people are in the game, like why, who, like in Fall Guys. What do they do in Fall Guys? Like you need to go like top 3 to survive, right? Let's not eliminate players on the first few rounds. But I don't want the game to be lasting for too long. By doing more and more changes like this, it's going to last more than a minute then. It's already lasting more than a minute, I think, one game. No, I will be the first one. Oh shit. I was the last one, I think. I have been eliminated. Good job, whoever this is. Maybe this is the bot. Probably the bot, right? Okay. What do you guys think about the game? I mean, the was you again? You know you know the map too well, I think, you know? Because you are the one who drew it. And you played a bunch of Flash Dark, and the map is from Flash Dark. I think that can be considered cheating. Right. What do you think about the game? If we make it clear, it's going to be fun? Or is it trash? I don't know, really. Guess it can be fun for a little bit. What do we do? Twitch. More fun if we add some interactions. You think they are needed? Still needs a speed up panic thing? Don't know how. You think that the physics needs to be changed, or like maybe it's too much drifting right now? I can make the controls a little easier too. If we want to, though. I'm not sure if we want. Add Sonic drowning music. Why not? It's a multiplayer game already. Yeah, says Rinks. I forgot what I just said. If you are saying yeah to me, I don't remember what you are saying yes to. The interactions. I think we should add interactions. The game needs one more thing, like power up or something. Okay. How do we get the power up? Add farts? The fart power up. The power fart. We need a trap to make players slip. But then you are going to go back on your own trap. Right? We need trap to make other players slip. I mean, this is going to be pretty easy to implement, by the way. We can do it by just, for example, you press space, and underneath you, like, it's not a fart. Like, my ideas of traps was some kind of liquid. So yeah, it's the other thing. But yeah, you spill some liquid underneath you, like oil. All right, oil, because we are playing as cars. So the track is now slippery. The person that goes after you is going to be like the physics are going to be changed a little bit, right? Just lose control for a second when you go over the trap. You can add collectible items for placing traps. It will be alternative thing you can do in the turn. Turtle shells, banana peels. Why turtle shells? Banana peels make sense, but not really. The thing is, it's also like should be something that is like ping resistant. So something that is affecting all the players. I didn't play Mario Kart. What is there? Turtle shell. Turtle shell is when you like shoot the car in front of you. And banana peel is to mess up with the players behind you. Catnip that flips controls. Mini Kappa. Yeah. Something. We can add something. But before adding that something, I mean, I'm not really against the idea of adding something. But we need to make sure that the other parts of the game work well. Alright? Let's focus on that. First, and then we can add something. Okay, this guy is doing Ludwig Jam. We are going insane as sicko mode. Try to keep up or fall behind gamers. Let's keep in mind we don't have enough furniture in the level. It will add. We don't have enough furniture in the level. It will add extra challenge. Are you saying that we will add more? Or yes, when we add something, it's going to be more difficult. I agree. If we add more furniture, it's going to be more difficult. But we can also like change the controls. Maybe the controls that we have right now is when you step on the oil or on like on the trap. But by default, it's like more responsive with the controls. So it's like easier to control yourself. Maybe, I don't know. That's a good idea. Might be a good idea. And yeah, that's it for me for today. We continue tomorrow. We added bots today. Did I do anything else other than the bots? I don't remember. Yeah. Well, we've written some code. We'll write some more code tomorrow. So till then, you guys, bye bye.
These look worse than mine. Kuviman with a rate of 33. Thank you so much, dude. Welcome to the party, fellas. We are currently trying to make a chair because I know you couldn't tell what the hell this was.